Hello, everyone. I am officially live yet again. I hope that you are doing well today. If you are new here, I'm Alex. This is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints most every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I hope that you are having a wonderful week so far. If you are watching live, welcome to you, or if you are watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. I am going to be focusing again this week on reading The Terror. That's what I was doing last week. All of my reading time was spent with this book. All of my reading time tonight will again be spent with this book. Not because I want it to be, but because I have to get through this. I am committed to finishing this book as soon as possible. I am unfortunately still in a reading slump, so it's been slow going on this, but I am now on page 524, which I believe is very close to like 70% of the way through the book. So I'm definitely getting there. There's over 750 pages in this story, so I don't really have anything like super fun or exciting to report about this. I've still been compiling all of my thoughts because I have a feeling I'm probably going to turn my feelings about this book into its own video. Haven't decided yet, but I feel like I have quite a bit that I could say, especially given the intensity with which I talk about this with Keaton. So we'll see how it ends. But as always, this is just a chill time. Sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, curl up under a blanket, put a fan on you, depending on what time of year it is for you. I have set our like Flocus background to a moving snowy cabin theme tonight because I believe that we're actually due to be getting more snow sometime in the next week, and it's definitely colder right now, so I feel like it would only be appropriate. Still sending you sunny thoughts, but I know at least where I am, it's still pretty freaking cold. So I don't have anything that I'm drinking tonight specifically. Now that I just look, I realize that I actually don't even have my glass of water. So I will remedy that and go get one during our first sprint. But I'm going to go over to the comments and see who all is here. And first up is Nicole. Nicole says, "Hi, Alex, reading all sorts and starting with Don Quixote." Well, very fun. I hope you're still really enjoying reading Don Quixote. I forgot that earlier when I was typing up my questions for you all that we do during the sprints, that Kat had put in a comment saying happy Friday. And of course, whenever I exit out of StreamYard and go back in, it deletes all of the comments that happened before the live started. So unfortunately, I couldn't put that up, but she was sending her well wishes. And Kathy is here. Hello, Kathy. Kathy says, "Hi there. Can't wait for a night of sprints. Plans changed. I'll be here the whole time." Yay. Yay. I'm glad to hear that. Switching between Poppy War, The Right Move, and Blood of Hercules today. Very nice. And Swank is here. Hello, Swank. And Swank says, "Howdy, everybody. I'm reading Stone Blind." Awesome. Laura's here. Hello, Laura. And Laura says, "Hi, peeps." Hello to you. And Alex made it too. What's up, Alex? And Alex says, "Hi, everyone. How's everyone doing?" I had a butt kicker of a week, but I'm very happy to have made it to the weekend, especially because I get to see a couple friends tomorrow that I haven't seen in a while. So, really looking forward to that. And I get to hang out with you all tonight. So, this is one of the highlights of my week, assuming that, I don't like randomly lose connection or something crazy happen. Because honestly, if it did, it would be par for the course because nothing that I have tried to do, except for maybe, well, I guess I shouldn't say nothing because it's hyperbolic, but a lot of the things that I have attempted to be easy this week have not worked out that way. So I'm really hoping that tonight just flows the way that it normally does. Hopefully you're having a better week than that. And Christina's here. Hello, Christina. And Christina says, "Hi, Alex. I'll be starting The Winter People today." Yay! That's awesome. I'm so happy to hear that. And Nicole said, "Oh my God, you are nothing if not loyal." Yeah, well, if you were talking about me reading The Terror, I don't know, because what happened last year is I went pretty much all the months up until December. I don't think I DNF'd a single book. And then I got to the month of December and I started reading, and I felt like I was having a hard time finishing absolutely anything. And I ended up, maybe it was in November, starting in November, but I had to put down like 3 different books, which is very unlike me to do. So it's that feeling of carrying into this year that, oh, I was doing really horribly at the end of last year out of nowhere, finishing things, or like having circumstances come up where I realized that I shouldn't have been reading a particular book because I was starting with the wrong one or whatever other reason. And then getting into 2 books that were really long, which was my own fault for reading them both at the same time, but long and slow paced books. And then getting into a reading slump. And I'm just so determined that I am not going to give up, because I felt awful about the books I gave up on last year. So that's why I'm this dedicated. Honestly, I probably would have finished several other things by now had I not dedicated myself to finishing Life After Life and The Terror. But I'm just going to accept that the beginning of my year is really slow, and hopefully I can get a lot more reading done starting mid-February into March. And Heidi is here. Hello, Heidi. And Heidi says, hello, everyone, and hello to you. I'm still reading Dragonflight Pern and Gardens of the Moon Malazan. With Gardens, I need to listen to an explanation discussion after each chapter. Okay. Is it because it's difficult to figure out what's going on, or it's part of a plan that you have to listen to the discussion? I'm not really sure. And Lily is here, and hello, Lily. Lily says, hi, I'm reading When the Moon Hatched. I like that title. That's really cute. That's adorable. And Nicole said, I have such guilt about The Terror. Don't worry about it. See, you're doing the right thing, and you moved on to other stuff that you actually wanted to read. I was being incredibly stubborn. So it was really funny, because I know you started it, Nicole, and you realized you hated it very early, put it down. Kat couldn't fit it into her reading schedule and decided she wants to read it next year in January. I decided to go ahead with it, but I just realized last night, and I don't know if Rob is on yet. Hopefully he is, or I'll have to try to tell him later. But I was on Goodreads last night because Keaton and I were talking about this book, and I was trying to figure out what the average rating was. I wasn't reading any reviews or anything. I just wanted to see the average that it had. And this book has a pretty good average of like 4.08 stars. And Robert on Goodreads is the first comment to pop up. And he did put in his description, spoiler alert, so I didn't read it, but I saw that he had given it 1 star, and I started laughing because I didn't realize that he hated it that bad. And so I handed my phone to Keaton so that he could read Robert's spoiler description. Keaton is not reading this book, and Keaton just started hysterically laughing and looked at me and said, I am your future. And I'm like, oh God, I don't know what that means, and I don't know what Robert said, but whatever's coming, I don't think I'm looking forward to it. And Laura said, I'm watching Ireland pick their act for Eurovision. Oh, nice. Very cool. And Alex says, you're so close to the end. It is so close, but so far, Alex, because if you think about that, like 524, I still have another like 250 pages. Oh, that's like a whole length of another book. I mean, maybe not quite. It's a little short, but still. And Kat is here. Hello, Kat. Kat says, hi, Alex and friends. Just got home from Target. Fun. Very nice. You said, I'm listening to Kill a Mockingbird as I was out and about today. I'm about to make a chai latte. Oh, lovely. How fun. And Caitlin's here. Hello, Caitlin. Caitlin says, hello. Not sure what I'll be reading. Well, hopefully it'll be something good, or that you can work on something fun. And Heidi says, hi, Kat. I am going to watch your replay sprint tomorrow with my coffee. Yeah, I was bummed that I missed Kat's sprint yesterday, so hopefully I can make the one next week. And Faye says, hello, haha. I got a Book Travert sweatshirt for Christmas. Love it. Yeah, I love this one too. This one was also a gift, and it's really adorable. It's got like the little description down at the bottom. And Angela is here. Hello, Angela. And Angela says, hi, Alex. Oh, you look so sad while holding up the terror. You can do it. I'll be reading The Bear and the Nightingale. I might finish tonight. Well, very nice. I am happy for you. I hope that you can finish it. And Lily says, hi, Kat, and hi, Nicole. And Nicole says, hi, chat friends, and hi, Lily. And I also want to let you all know that because Valentine's Day falls on a Friday this year, I will not be doing a sprint next week because of that, because Keaton and I are going out to dinner. So if you have any fun plans for Valentine's Day, you should let me know. And Kat says, hi, Heidi. Thanks, Heidi. You're so sweet. And hello to Lily. And Swank says, hi, Kat and Nicole. Swank says, the terror just seems way too depressing. It is. It's a difficult book to get through, and I feel like I would be able to articulate that pretty well in a video at this point, because I keep adding to my notes and thinking, oh, I don't really know that I have that much to say. And then I look at how much I've written down and I'm like, oh crap, I actually apparently have a lot that I could say about this, which makes sense given how long it is. And the visceral reaction of feeling that I keep having at random parts of the book. So the best way I could describe how I'm feeling about this from the beginning is, from the very first page, I could tell how difficult this was going to be to read. Okay. But I had hope, and I was like kind of going through, and I'm like, okay, like we're going to get somewhere. And then it would flatten out really hard. And then something would happen where I'd have a really negative opinion, and then it would kind of even back out again. And I was like, oh, okay, maybe it's going to get a little bit better. And then something negative would happen again where I'm like having this really horrible feeling. And then I go back in and I'm like, okay, at no point in this novel would I say that it was great. At no point. Um, so I think that the ending, however these next 250 pages go, that's going to be the thing that seals my rating, because I'm not going to tell you what my rating is sitting at right now, but I have a feeling of what it's going to end up being based off of it so far. And Heidi says, you should read Bunnicula right after The Terror if you have not read it already. It is pure delight. I have not read Bunnicula, but I've heard wonderful things about it. I think you've actually mentioned it before and said that I would like it a lot. And Angela said, I also started The Call of the Wild by Jack London. The first chapter was so painful to read that I had to set it aside. And, animal abuse. No, I would not want to read that either. It would just upset me way too much. I mean, honestly, there's some of everything in this book that just feels awful. Honestly, there's so many things that happen in here that are just terrible. And you could say it's because of the time period that the book is set in, but there's some things that absolutely were the author's choice to include and didn't need to be in there. And Kat said, hey, Swank and Nicole. And Lily says, Heidi, I love Bunnicula. Kat says, I second Heidi's suggestion. Bunnicula is the best. Okay. Can I get that one at the library? I hope so. 1 second. I'll check. My brain might not be firing on all cylinders tonight, but hopefully it'll fire enough that I can be entertaining and also be coherent tonight. Bunnicula. Okay, well, the digital copies are not available, so I'll have to see if they have any physical copies available at the library. Alex said, slow and steady wins the book race. Slow and steady gets you through it eventually. And Lily says, I'm loving When the Moon Hatched. Wonderful. I'm so happy to hear that. And Nicole said, I'm amazed at the popular reviews, but most of them have to do solely with the atmosphere and not much else. Yeah. After you had mentioned that to me, I told that to Keaton because, like I said, I haven't read any of the reviews myself because I'm always afraid that somebody might accidentally put a spoiler in and not mean to, or not label it or anything. So I rarely go and read reviews before I've actually finished a book, if I read them at all, which sometimes I don't. But I believe you when you say that that's the main thing that people like about it. And Nicole said, reading Robert's review during the first sprint. There you go. I could tell you that when I expanded it out, It was not very long, but Keaton was like wheezing. He was laughing so hard. So it had to have been good. And Kathy said, just clean the fridge, making yogurt now and some American breakfast pastries. I don't know why your presence makes me more productive. Oh, yay. That makes me feel really good. Thank you so much. I hope that you can feel productive tonight. And I hope to be productive as well. And Kat says, your resolve to finish the terror is amazing. Is it amazing, or is it just stubbornness? Because I would be willing to accept stubbornness as well. And Heidi says, yes, Gardens is very difficult to figure out what is going on. It is like epic fantasy on steroids. I need my hand held until I get a footing. That makes sense to me because Keaton it was a sci-fi novel that he read last year. And he said that like it started off making kind of sense and then it just completely went off the rails. And when he finished the novel, he had to actually go and read. I think he read the Wikipedia for it because he was afraid that he had missed something. And it turns out that no, it was just that unhinged. And not saying that the fantasy that you're reading is unhinged, but it just might have so much like detail and names and whatever going on that like keeping track of stuff. I can kind of have a hard time with those books because I like books where I need to keep track of things, like mysteries and things like that, because that can be really fun, like having these different details and the author kind of having you like look a different way from the thing that you actually should be focusing on. But in other stories, it feels like the authors are putting in as much detail as possible to prove that they know how to world build. And those stories I tend to not like as much because it's like sometimes simpler can be better. It depends, right? It's all about how something is framed. And Kat says, hi, Angela. And Elkie is here. Hello, Elkie. And Zach is here. Hello, Zach. And Zach says, hello, starting the winter, people. Yay! Kat, do you hear that? We get so many people joining for February. And Nicole says, I can't wait for this review. Yeah. And Faye says, Angela, I had the same experience with Call of the Wild. And Nicole says, definitely not everything needed to be in there. There's no time period where every human being is a miserable and awful person. Yeah, I completely agree with that. And Nicole said, we're all rooting for you. Thank you. You're so sweet. And Zach says, Jack London is very, very good writer, but they are super unpleasant. And Kat says, I wish you listened to audiobook, Alex. Victor Garber does a fantastic job narrating, but the books have delightful illustrations. Yeah, that's the thing, is if there's illustrations, I would want to see them because I feel like that's the joy of a lot of those kinds of stories. Here's the thing, it's not that I wouldn't listen to it on audio. I guess I just prefer to read things in print. Like if I have the option to do that one first, that's what I'm going to do. But if my only option would be to listen to an audiobook, then, I guess I would do that. And Heidi says, I think your brain was telling you to DNF the terror book more than once. It was. It absolutely 100% was, but I refused. Kat is Banicula's biggest champion. It is a super short middle grade book with the best illustrations. Well, that sounds nice. And Nicole says, what's Robert's rating? I can't find it. It was a 1. It was a 1 star. I'm wondering, he might have a different name on Goodreads. Unless it was some other Rob that showed up, but that would be very strange given his sense of humor. So hold on a second. No, it's definitely him. His handle is Rob Loves Books. So if you want to look at him, because I can see the picture of him, and that definitely should be him. And Nicole says, it's amazing stubbornness, but we're still here for you. Thanks. Swank says, I'm buddy reading The Midnight Library with Livia. Got 33% in, and it was depressing me. So I'm reading Stone Blind, then going back. I'm in a depression right now, so I'm avoiding anything depressing. Okay, so Swank, I'm really glad that you said that, because I also was feeling down when I read The Midnight Library, and it did not have the effect of making me feel better by any means. So you are not the only one who has felt that way. 100% had the exact same experience. Some people who've read it, I know a lot of people actually who have joined sprints said that they loved it, and then other people didn't like it as much. So it's kind of one or the other. And I ended up being one of the unfortunate people that was, it just didn't make me feel, um, I don't know, great about life in the way that I think the story is meant to. And Heidi says, did Keaton read Delaney Dahlgren? That is far out and bizarre. It was not. No, I know it was a male author. I'll have to go if I can remember to during the sprint. I'll have to go and find the title of the book out on his shelf. I know there's not that this is any explanation at all because of how many books have the word time in the title, but it definitely had the word time, and it was an author that I've never read before. And Angela says, hi, Kat and Nicole. And Kat says, I'm excited about everyone reading The Winter People. Me too, including myself. Because when I get to it, that means I'm done with the terror and I can read something else that hopefully I'll like a lot more. And Nicole said, hi, Angela. Angela says, Faye, does it get better? And Heidi says, Swank, I DNF that Midnight Library book so fast. I get that. Faye says, Angela, I don't know. I still haven't picked it up again. It was my uncle's favorite book, though, so it must be good. And Emily says, hello, all, and hello to you. Tonight I'll be finishing Kim Ji-young, born 1982, and starting 21 lessons for the 21st century. Lovely. And you all can let me know how long you would like the first sprint to be, so we can do 30 or 45 minutes. I'm going to take a wild guess. It's probably going to be everybody wanting 45, but I'm still throwing it out there. And Nicole said, missed that there were 258 one-star reviews and didn't scroll far enough. That's quite a few 1 stars. And Faye says, I'm determined not to DNF this year, too. It makes me feel incomplete when I don't finish a book. I did too much of it last year. I feel dumb when I feel guilt about DNFing a book, because if you DNF something, that means that you've moved on to reading something else that you would enjoy more, hopefully, right? Unless you're just forcing yourself to push through the next thing that you also maybe should have DNF'd. I am perfectly fine whenever anybody else ever tells me that they have DNF'd a book. I never think anything bad. As a matter of fact, I think it's good when people say that they DNF things that they don't like. For whatever reason, for me, I feel like crap when I do it. And so I'm with you. I don't know why, and I don't think that we should feel that way. In truth, I think I should feel more comfortable about DNFing things. I just don't know why it's so hard. Helgi says, DNFing is okay, Alex. Life is short. It really is. And Kat says, Swank, I love the Midnight Library. However, I can see if someone is not in a positive mindset, it could get them down. Yes. And Kat said 45. Swank said 45. Perfect. And Rebecca's here. Hi, Rebecca. Rebecca says, hi, everyone. Really enjoyed The Winter People. Woohoo! My hold came in for the spell shop, so reading that tonight. Awesome. That's wonderful. I'm glad you'll be able to join in for that one, too, later on in the year. So that's wonderful. And I do have 45 minutes up on the clock. And I'm going to go find the title of that book. I'll put it in the chat during our sprint, the one that I was talking about that Keaton read that was really bizarre. And I just want to see if anybody else has heard of it or the author. And if not, totally cool. But I'll go find it and get myself some water. And Angela says, Faye, it was one of my uncle's favorites too. I'm like Alex. I hate DNFing books. I'm an A-type personality. Yeah, maybe that's it. It's just that sense of completion and also knowing what happens. Like, I do love that sense of finishing something, getting to the end, a resolution. I love a good resolution. And sometimes I get it. We just can't have that. And that's what happened to my brain last year. And I don't know what happened because it very much was not like me at all. And Kat says, yeah, I've never DNF'd, but I've set books to the side and picked them up later. I actually created a whole new shelf on my Goodreads that was on hold, which was my version of being, because I have one that's for DNFs, which there's only, I think, like 5 books in there. And then the ones last year that I set aside, those were the ones I put on hold. But now I'm looking at like one of them and I'm like, I don't think I'm ever going to pick that up again because I just disliked it so much. Why would I put myself through that? So I think I'm probably going to just have to move it. And Faye says, for me, it goes back to childhood. My mom would find me watching or reading something scary and make me stop. Without the resolution, the scary part never stops. So I hate leaving things unfinished. Oh, I have never heard of that before, like just being stuck in the middle of something horrifying and just having to live with that feeling. So I can completely understand why you would not like that, Faye. And Elkie said, time is precious, you know. I wouldn't waste it on something I'm not enjoying. And I think that that's a wonderful mentality to have. And you should totally keep that up. So I will give you all your first question, which is going to be hmm. Oh, in a movie about your life, what celebrity would play you? I don't think I've asked this question before. Hopefully, I haven't. And Heidi says, Kat, you inspired me to listen to Bunnicula tonight. I bought the first 3 audio on sale. It's exactly what I need, like a happy medicine. Well, dang. Okay, maybe maybe I really am gonna have to do that after I finish this book. Oh, I think you all have convinced me. I'll see because I know that they're not available right now on audio or digital from the library. I'll see if the physical copy is available from the library, and if not, I'll have to look about if there's a way for me to get like an on sale copy somewhere. But yeah, so I went ahead and I gave you all your first question. In a movie about your life, what celebrity would play you? I'm going to start our first sprint, and Kat says yes. And I will give you all your time. So I'll see you in a bit, and happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 200 or 200. God, I hope not. 541. There we go. 541 of The Terror. And before we left, I asked you all the question, in a movie about your life, what celebrity would play you? And Nicole answered first and said, I'd be played by Angela Bassett so she could channel my inner badass. I love that. And Swank says, Linda Carter. I've been compared to her years ago, but still. All right. Emily said, I reluctantly picked up Bunnicula and picked the audio so I could do it while doing other things. It wasn't long before I was engrossed and loving it. I ended up listening to the whole series that weekend. That's so cool. How wonderful. And Alicia is here. Hello, Alicia. Alicia says, hello, Alex. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to you, too. Just joining, sprint hopping, working on my book journal, and taking it easy. That's nice. I'm glad that you can take it easy. And I did go out to the shelf to try to find that book I was talking about from Keaton's collection earlier, but I forgot that was actually included in our shared unhaul video that we put out a while back, and the name of that was City at the End of Time by Greg Bear. And Alicia says, I think Jennifer Aniston or Scarlett Johansson would be a good fit for my character. Very nice. Oh no, sorry, I feel like I'm going to sneeze. Oh no. Oh goodness. Sorry about that. Oh, and I wanted to also let you all know that I found that Bunnicula is on the shelf at my local library, so I can go and grab it this weekend. So I was excited about that. And Dee Dee is here. Hello, Dee Dee. And she says, hi, Alex. Popping to say a quick hi. And it's been a while. It has. I hope you've been doing well. And I just realized you said, hope you're doing well, too. So thank you. I'm doing all right. I'm happy to have made it through the week. And Alex says, I love Emma Watson or Dakota Fanning to play me because they're two of my faves, but I'm in no way near as pretty as them. Don't you say that. Maybe Phoebe Waller-Bridge, her reactions and sarcasm in Fleabag are similar to mine. You can be played by whoever you want. All right. That's all I'm going to say. And Tessadine says, hello all. Well, hello to you too, Tessadine. And Heidi says, that is fantastic, Alex. The reason I picked up Bunnicula was because Kat kept reading all the funny lines. It really is for all ages, not just tweens. I do love a great middle grade novel, so I'm absolutely open to reading it. And Laura says, I think only Kristen Stewart would capture the range of my facial expressions. All right. I think for me, I would pick Natalie Dormer. We're not the same age, but she looks really young, and I love the way that her face shape is with shaved hair. If you've never seen her when she had really short hair, she looked amazing. So I would love to be played by Natalie Dormer. And Swank says, virtues of books in sprinting now. And Kat says, woohoo, great news, Alex. Thank you. And Faye says, Kristen Bell. All right. Dee Dee says, thank you, Swank. And Heidi says, Alex, the City at the End of Time has a great premise, but I will avoid it. Well, that's the thing is Keaton thought that the premise was really great as well, but the execution of it, he was describing it to me, and he was confused even while describing it. So obviously me hearing it with no context for the book found it even more bizarre. So I openly told him I did not have any interest in reading that, which is why it was one of the books that got donated. And some people do like it, but I think Keaton at that point had looked up the average rating for it, and I think it was kind of middling. I think it was like a 3 or something like that. It was definitely lower than I think most average ratings are on Goodreads. It's because I think other people, even people who were fans of his, read that and were like, what the heck is this? And Alex said, I've never even heard about this book Keaton read, but looking at reviews, even fans of his work don't vibe with this one. Yes, I didn't even know that you had said that. That's funny. And Kat says, hey, Alicia. And Lindsay is here. Hi, Lindsay. Lindsay says Selena Gomez. I get that comparison all the time. Oh, that would be fun. Selena Gomez is adorable. And Zach says, I don't know what celebrity would play me, but I do look disturbingly similar to Nikado. Nikado Avocado. I've never watched him, but saw pictures when he did the weight loss stunt. Yeah, I definitely know what he looks like. So it's just so funny to hear you say you look disturbingly like him. And Kat says, I guess Helena Bonham Carter. If she's not available, then Holly Hunt. Very nice. And Tessa Dean says, I honestly have no idea. And that's totally fine. And Swank says, Kat, they sound great. Love them both. And Alicia's saying hello to everybody. And hello to you too, Alicia. Faye says, I watched a Sanskrit lesson video. Cool. And Patricia's here. Hello, Patricia. Patricia says, hi, Alex. Just joined mid-sprint. I'm reading Out on a Limb by Hannah Bonham Young and The Score by L. Kennedy today. Don't know why I couldn't read that properly. Awesome. Thank you for sharing. I'm happy you're here. And Alex says, bless you. I'm just saying, ma'am. And Tessa Dean says, I have a bad cold, trying to get medicine for it. You poor thing. You were just going through the ringer. I hope that you can have a good, healthy week soon and that you won't have to worry about your wheelchair anymore. And Alicia says, I want to be played by Scooby-Doo. That is cute. I love that. Ruh-roh. And Nicole says, I need to read Bunnicula again. It was a top favorite as a child after the Phantom Toll Booth. I didn't realize... for some reason, I thought Bunnicula was something that came out within like the last few years. So when was Bunnicula published? And Tessa Dean says, you don't have to call me Tessa Dean, just Tessa is fine. Oh, okay. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I always see in the little asterisks that you put Tessa Dean. So that's what I thought you preferred to go by. So I'll start calling you Tessa. Thank you for letting me know that. And Angela said, Kat, did you read Bunnicula meet Edgar Allan Crow? Oh, Bunnicula meets Edgar Allan Crow. That is such a that's a cute title. You said I might just pick up Bunnicula for middle grade March. It sounds good to me. Kat, look at you getting everybody to read Bunnicula. Kat says, Angela, yes, I loved it. I read the whole series, and now I'm reading the series Tales from the House of Bunnicula. Alicia says, hey, Kat. And we've gotten to the end of the comments here. So if y'all want to let me know how long you'd like the next sprint to be, we can do 30 or 45 minutes. And I will go ahead and give you your next question, which is going to be, is there, I guess I should have said, I have a grammatical error and that's going to bother me. 1 second. Sorry, y'all. Are there any rare or special Okay, I'm struggling. I'm struggling. 1 second. There we go. Let's hope I got it right this time. Okay. Is there a rare special edition of a book you would love to own, but it's too expensive? That's going to be the next question. And Alicia says 45. And Tessa says that was to let people know that I was still Tessa and not my legal name. Oh, okay. I got you. And Angela says, Kat, I just knew you did. Well, perfect. I got another 45 minutes up on the clock, and Keaton just got home. So I was able to say hi to him, but I'm going to go and just ask him really quickly how his day was and come back and sit here and read with you all. And hopefully my goal for tonight was that I was going to make it to 575. With any luck, I'm actually going to surpass that tonight. So wish me luck. I would love to get to page 600, but I'm not going to put that pressure on myself. 575, I feel like is a very doable goal. And Swank also said 45. And Kat says, I think you'd enjoy the Bunnicula series, Angela. The wordplay is amazing. The animals are amazing. Well, I love a good pun and wordplay because you all know that I love Terry Pratchett. So if it's adorable and funny like that, I'll probably love it. And Kathy says, read 15 pages, did laundry, and ate dinner. Great job. And Nicole says, Bunnicula was first published in 1979. I had no idea. That's so cool. Kat says Victor Garber as the Amazing Animals is amazing. And Alicia said I had to switch to my laptop. I think my desktop is dying, which isn't good. No, I'm sorry to hear that. I hate when computers start crapping out. It's a stressful time. I hope that that's not the case and that you can get it fixed. But I do have the 45 minutes put up. You all have your next question. And I'm going to wish you a very happy sprint. And I'll see you all in a bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 554. So before we left, I asked you all the question, is there a rare special edition of a book? Sorry if you hear Barker, he's barking at my neighbor. Is there a rare special edition of a book you would love to own, but it is too expensive? Let's see what you all had to say. Do. And then Angela said, I will read Bunnicula. Wonderful. And Kat said, the story surrounding the authors of Bunnicula is sweet but also sad. Oh. Alicia says, I hope it isn't either because I need it for video editing, trying to do the time lapses for the Lego. Oh, yeah. Oh, my gosh. I'm crossing my fingers for you about your computer. Sorry about that, Alicia. Kat says, yes. And Swang said, I would love to have an original copy of Edgar Allan Poe's work. Okay. Kat says, I was 10 years old when Bunnicula was published. And Alex says, I want and need the Lord of the Rings Deluxe Illustrated Edition so badly, but it's pricey. Is it one of those where you could save up for it and get it one day? Or is it kind of one of those where it's like, it wouldn't be worth it to save up because it is that expensive? I'm curious because I have some books where it's like if I owned it, it would be really cool, but I would never actually save for it. And then I have other things like Terry Pratchett's library editions of his Discworld collection that you can order from the Discworld Emporium. And if you want the entire set, it's like, well, including the cost of shipping, it would probably be somewhere around like $550 in order to get it, which obviously is a lot of money, which is the reason why I don't have it. But feasibly, one day I could save up and, and potentially intentionally buy that collection and have it shipped to me. But then there's other things like, first edition copies that are signed of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy by Douglas Adams that you could pay thousands of dollars for. And it's like, I would never realistically buy that. Would it be cool to have? Sure. But I have no interest in saving to spend my money on that, if that makes sense. And Faye said, even regular editions of books are too expensive for me unless they're on discount. So yes, that is fair. And I mean, you all saw that for those of you who watched my wrap up video for the year of all my statistics. If I can go to a bookstore and I can buy 2 hardback copies of new books and spend $55, like child me would not be able to comprehend of that. Like, because even when I was little and I would go to Barnes and Noble, books were not that expensive. It feels like they've really ramped up in terms of price, especially for hardback editions in the last maybe like 10 years. At least that's what it feels like to me. And Angela said, I would happily take a first edition copy of The Great Gatsby. Lord knows I could never afford to buy it. Well, that would be cool. First edition copy of The Great Gatsby. And Teresa says, hello, Alex and friends. Hello to you. I've been listening to The Paris Daughter while washing dishes. Very nice. Alicia says, I'd love to own the Curious King illustrated edition of The Blade itself. All right. There was an ineffable edition of Good Omens that they had printed, but that when they sold it was worth thousands and thousands of dollars. And what was crazy about it is if you even wanted to buy a copy of it, you had to submit to be put on a wait list to even get the opportunity to buy it, which was wild. And Zach says, nah, I'd sell anything worth a lot and give the money to libraries. Fragile valuables make me nervous. That is incredibly fair. I have some nice editions of books in my collection, and I will admit that not for all of them, but for some of them, I've looked at it and I'm like, why did I buy like an Easton Press copy of this? Like, can I reasonably sell this? Like, can I even sell it for the same amount of money that I bought it for? I obviously don't have anything that's worth like thousands of dollars. Oh, hell no. But I have like some nicer editions that maybe I paid like $80 for or something. And after I bought them, because I bought my Easton Press editions pretty close together, after I had like my little collection I had created, I was like, you know what? I don't want to buy any more of these. And I haven't. So I haven't gotten any Easton Press copies. I haven't bought any Folio Society editions of any books since 2020. So that's kind of weird to think about. Yeah, I guess it's been 5 years since I've like wanted any sort of like really nice collector's edition of a book, because I just recognize that that's not really where I want to put my money anymore. And I could buy so many more books or get like used books for the price of one of those. And I just, yeah, I really can't justify it anymore, even if they're cool. Like, because you all have seen my copy that I have of Something Wicked This Way Comes by Ray Bradbury. I'm not saying that I don't love that edition, but if I was asked, like, let's say you took that copy away from me and gave me that money back, and you were to ask me, would you buy that again? I probably wouldn't, to be honest with you. So, I guess my priorities have changed. And Kat says, Alicia, yo, and Heidi said, I would like to have all the original hardcovers of The Wars of Light and Shadow. I think they are only available on eBay at this point. That can be hard because when people either have limited copies of something that you can only find on eBay, or there were like limited numbers sold and people sniped them just for the purpose of marking them up on eBay, both of those situations suck. Because I've seen some editions that, like the regular retail price for them was less than half of what people sniped them for and then turned around and tried to sell them for on eBay. And that kind of thing just really pisses me off, because it's like, if you're going to buy the book, like, at least want to read it, right? Like, don't just try to make profit off of it. I understand that there are people out there who do that, but there are those who would buy that because they actually want to enjoy it. So it makes me so mad. And Rebecca said, a hardcover first edition of The Moon Spinners by Mary Stewart, the book that got me hooked on reading. Oh, that's great. I love that. And Christina says, if money was no object, I would purchase a first edition Dracula by Bram Stoker, or 1600 or before edition of the Holy Bible King James Version. All right. And Kat says, I made it to 91% into Kill a Mockingbird. Good job. Hopping off. Thanks for Sprint Talks. Have a terrific weekend, friends. I hope you have a wonderful weekend too, Kat. Thanks for joining. And Yvonne is here. Hello. Good to see you. She says, hello. I'm working on my book giveaway and some special posts. Very nice. And Jamie said, fancy books tend to be wasted on me. I own a couple nice leather-bound books of titles I reread occasionally, but I give away most of my books once I've read them. That is fair. I have noticed with time that I have become less stingy with my books. So like when I was growing up, I didn't want anybody to touch my books. I didn't want anybody to read them. I didn't want to share them with anyone. Unless it's like one of my special editions, because they were expensive for me to buy. If it's a regular book, I will let somebody borrow it, and that would never have been the case like even like 5 years ago. So I'm happy that my mentality around that is changed, because like I kind of look at it as I don't want the books just sitting on a shelf anymore. Like, I want them to be enjoyed. And I think being with Keaton actually is what helped me realize that, because I've had the joy of being able to share some of my favorite books with him, and being able to like let him borrow them and read them felt so good that it's like, oh, like I could share these with people. So I get it. Like, I'll like loan certain people my books just because I know that they'll give them back. And Jamie said, I'm watching for hardback copies of the Wheel of Time books. I only had in paperback, though. I've had to replace my copy of book 1 3 times because the paperbacks wear out. Dang, that sucks. One of the editions I've seen of that I think is amazing, but they are really expensive, are the Juniper editions. I'm sure you've probably seen those because, like, some big booktubers, really who love Wheel of Time, like fantasy loving booktubers, have those sets. I haven't read yet Wheel of Time. Heidi gave me the whole collection, so I will be reading them. But if I ever like get through all of them and I like absolutely adored them, if I ever wanted to make that kind of investment, I would definitely want to buy the Juniper copies because the whole like way that they create a perfect spread to where when they're all lined up together, they say, you know, the Wheel of Time and like create an image. I think that type of thing is really cool. And Tessa says, I don't collect books. All right. Alicia says, I made dinner and talked to hubby on the phone. Very nice. And Swang says, I'm 20% into Stone Blind. And Alex says, I got out of bed, dressed, and fed in that sprint, ready to actually do something next sprint. I would say that you did something last sprint. You got out of bed, got dressed, and you ate. So that's good. And Nicole says, finally started on cue after cooking and eating dinner. Very nice. I just realized I didn't tell you all what I had. I had a very rare moment of eating Panera bread. I got to enjoy me a little 2-for-1 meal where I got a turkey cheddar sandwich and a French onion soup and a bread bowl because I really wanted the bread bowl. I'm a huge fan of sourdough. And Alicia says, hi, Kat. And Zach says, watched a Patreon review video for a book club book I wasn't a big fan of. Okay. Wonder if the review, was it as nice? Was it a nicer review than you would have given the book, or did it have similar feelings as your feelings about the book? Alicia says, I listened to the third Dungeon Crawler Carl book while doing dishes. Dungeon Crawler Carl. That sounds like fun. And Alicia says, I saw a beautiful special edition of The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue, but that was too expensive. It was $3,450, I think. Whoa. Yeah, that is a lot. That's like classic book special edition pricing. That's crazy. But then again, I could see that because of how popular that book was, that there is somebody out there who would pay that. So, you know, I guess I get it. And Faye says, I wrote the blog post I needed to post today, so now I'm finally free to read. Woohoo! Good job, Faye. Proud of you. I wish there were like little emoticons I could do where I could like give claps and cheers. I don't know why that's not a thing on here. It absolutely should be. And Kathy says, first edition, Edgar Allan Poe. I don't care which one. First edition, picture of Dorian Gray. All right. And Christina says, first edition Dracula, $75,000. Wow. Dang. And Alex says, it's definitely an edition I could save up for. It's $250. So maybe the next time I know I'm flying home, I can start saving up for a bit. And that would be great. Yeah, I mean, if that's something that you really want to own, that seems very doable. You know, however long you would want to set a budget for, I believe you could do that. Alex says, Christina, holy moly. That's what I think. Davon says, I have a first edition of some of the Enchanted Forest Chronicles. Very cool. And Faye says, I was given 3 Antique Dickens novels. Wow. Not first editions, but close. But mold happened. Oh, no. That was part of your mold catastrophe of 2024? I no longer have them, and I don't think I'll get any more antique books. Oh, Faye. Oh, I hate that for you. Jamie says, the copy of Alice in Wonderland I picked for one of my free books at the bookstore would cost about $120. Pretty book, but that is a lot of money. Yeah, no doubt. And Kathy says, okay, I totally agree with you with not holding the books anymore and letting people borrow them to enjoy them. But if you borrow it with sticky peanut butter hands, we have a problem. So I should specify that the people I would let read my books are people who would never do that, because they're the type of people that if they were to damage my book in any way, they would buy me a new copy, which is why I could trust them to have it. Right. There's some people. Definitely not, but others it's like, yeah. I did give a really nice copy of a book once to a friend, and it was an actual gift. It wasn't like he borrowed it or anything. It was one that I had ordered special from the UK. It wasn't like a huge amount of money, but it was still expensive. It was like $35 for the edition that I bought him, and I gave it to him to read, and he took it to work. And he works with young kids, and I guess one of the kids stole it and damaged it, which was really sad to hear. But I also, understand that that was outside of his control. So there's just it's hard because it's like what Zach said is like they're fragile things. Like we take good care of them because we love them, but not everybody else is going to respect them. I remember one time I was devastated because I had went on vacation and I had waited for the copy of one of Becky Chambers' books had just come out. It was the sequel to A Psalm for the Wild Built. So it was the book A Prayer for the Crowned Shy. And I had taken it with me on vacation. It was a pre-order. I was so excited about it. I put it in my bag, and it was totally my fault. I got off of the plane and I had put my water bottle in the bag with my book, and I didn't realize that the cap wasn't on the water bottle, and I had put the water bottle in upside down, and it completely dumped over one whole side of my brand new hardback pre-ordered book. And I mean, it wasn't a special edition or anything, but it was just one of those where I was gutted about it. And I was actually traveling with my mom, and I remember, because she knows how I am about my books, that I was standing there in the part where that connects the airport door to the plane. That was when I realized what had happened, and I stopped and was pulling everything out, and I was just holding the book and looking at it, and my mom was like, no. And I just had to stand there and just accept that it had happened. And I told my mom, I'm like, I'm really upset about this, but there's nothing that I can do about it now. And I still have that copy. I didn't like buy a new one after that, so I still have the water damaged one. But oh my god, it sucks when anything happens to them, and even when it's a complete accident, it just, oh, it hurts so bad. Angela said, I'm not loaning out any annotated books. Oh, that's fair. Absolutely. And Faye said, I love Book Outlet. The books they sell are marked or maybe slightly damaged, but they're good quality editions at reasonable prices. Is Book Outlet kind of similar to, oh, not, it's not Abe Books. Oh, Thrift Books. I keep getting advertisements for Thrift Books. I ordered from them one time back when I was in college, and the editions that I got were really beat up. So I never bought from them again. Hopefully, Book Outlet, like you said, that they're in good quality, and they don't arrive like damaged or anything. And Alex says, I only lend books to people I trust, so my 3 besties and my mom. There you go. And Faye said, my mom and I don't loan our books to anyone but each other, since a bunch of ours were never returned by various people. Yeah, that can be a problem. Now, I will admit, fully going to admit here on the internet, there were 2 books that a lady I went to college with had loaned me, and I forgot to return them. I never gave them back. And I feel to this day horrible about it. And I actually tried to look her up again to try to find her so that I could be like, hey, I want to send back your books. And I couldn't find her ever again. So I just had them. I couldn't give them back. And Zach says that the book was A Warning About Swans by R.M. Romero. The reviewer gave it 4.75. I gave it 2.25. Thanks, honey. Yeah, it sucks when you don't end up agreeing about the the rating of a book, but I know some of you have like either really liked books that I didn't like or did not like books that I did like. So can't all be winners. I'm sorry if you can hear Barker out there. I'm not sure what he's freaking out about. I think they might be playing a game. And Skeleton is here. Hi, Skeleton. Skeleton says, good evening, everyone. And good evening to you. Davon says, my heart hurts for you, Faye. I have a lot of antique and vintage books, and I live in Florida. Mold is a constant fear. And Zach says, Faye, that's why I wouldn't have nice books. And Faye says, Davon, I hope they stay safe. Yes. And Skeleton says, I had a first edition hardcover in Dan Brown's debut novel well before anybody knew who he was, and I gave it away. Oh my God, no. I wouldn't even want to know what that's worth now. And Faye says, not like thrift books. They're not secondhand. I think the U.S. has half-price books. Yes, okay, so book outlets like half-price books. Got it. They buy up overstock or discards from bookstores. The only thing about half-price books is they do buy up overstock and discards from bookstores, but half-price, you also can sell them your books. So like they have to be of a certain quality, so they're not going to, take a bunch of like beat up books or anything like that. And they will, the thing is you're not going to get much money for them, unfortunately, because they pay you in cash. So they give you a little receipt and you go up to the register, and it's not like, oh, well, we'll give you more if you use it towards a store credit, or if you get less if you take it in cash. It's the same price regardless. And sometimes the prices that they give for books are fair, but a lot of times they're like obviously lowballing because they're half price books. And so their margins are like not super high on them anyway. There was one time, it was only one time I've ever been frustrated with them when I tried to sell them a book. So I actually was attempting to sell them one of my Folio Society editions, and I knew what it was worth. And it was, I think it was worth probably about like $75. And it was actually an edition I had gotten for free from the company, which was nice. So it wasn't one that I had picked out. It was one that they had sent. And I was like, okay, well, maybe I can sell this because it's a really nice, like rarer edition of this that they'll, give a good price for it. They tried to give me $5 for that book. And I flat out looked at that lady and I was like, that book is worth $75. I will be taking that back. So no, I did not sell that one that day, but I'll sell them other ones that are not like nice editions, but I would never attempt to sell them anything that's actually worth any money, because you're not going to get what it's valued at. And Faye says, oh, okay, yeah, Book Outlet doesn't do that. They're just an overstock outlet. Honestly, that would be nice. We don't have anything like that here. Not that I can think of anyway. Davon says, I also get some books from Ollie's Discarded Books. There is a huge indie thrift bookstore near me called Chamblin's Book Mine. A book mine? That's a great name for a bookstore. That is so fun. And we have gotten to the end of the comments, so if you all would like to decide whether we will do a 30 or 45-minute sprint, I will be happy to get that set up for you. So just let me know. And I am fortunately only 20 pages away from the goal that I had tonight for my reading. And if I can get to 575, I'll have read 75 pages of this today. I am going to try to go over that, but I might take like a little bit of a break to work on like a little knitting project that I have going on over here, which would be a good just like mental break for me for a bit before I go back into it. So I'm going to get to the 575, and then if I do that within this next sprint, the following sprint, I might take a little break. Devon said 45 and Swank also said 45. So perfect. Wonderful. I will do that. And then for your next question, it is going to be, would you hunt and clean your own meat or never eat meat again? If you can't buy meat from the store, right? So this is the only way that you can eat meat, is if you have to hunt and clean it yourself, or you just don't eat it. So if you're vegetarian, this is going to be very easy for you, right? But I will go ahead and get the 45 minutes up on the clock. And I'm going to wish you all happy sprinting, and I will see you in a bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to my reading goal for the night, so very excited about that. So anything I do past this point is all gravy or whatever you want to say. But let me know how you did during that sprint. And I'm also going to take a quick drink of water. I just realized how dry my mouth was. This is your reminder to hydrate. Stay hydrated. Before we left, I asked you all the question, would you hunt and clean your own meat or never eat meat again? So let's see what you had to say. Let's see, Zach, I think he's talking about half price books and said I got terrible prices for my Lego I sold, but I needed to get rid of it for space. Yeah. I hate it when you don't get good prices for things, but that's also just part of their business model. And Faye says, vegan here, so you know my answer. And Skeleton says, my aim is crap, so I guess I'm going vegetarian. Swing says, never eat meat. I couldn't kill an animal. I love them more than people. I also really love animals. Keaton and I actually watch a like a live deer cam that this farm has, and these people actually fill up troughs for the deer every single day. So they fill it with feed, and then they put sliced up fruit on top, and the deer come and they just like eat from it, and you get to watch them on the camera, and they get really close too. And I've talked to Keaton about hunting because he went hunting when he was younger, but he said he didn't like it, and that's why he stopped going. His dad was bummed about that because I guess his dad likes to go hunting for deer, but it just wasn't Keaton's thing. And I've never done it. And I have said for a long time that if I had to hunt my own animals and eat them for me, I probably would end up having to become a vegetarian. I'm not really sure. I guess it would depend on the situation of like if that was one of my only food sources, you know, like if I just like suddenly had to live out in the wild, I probably would end up hunting, but I wouldn't know, I guess, until I was put into that situation. I'm not really sure. And Alex says, I hardly eat meat anyway, so never eat meat. Well, there you go. Davon said, I have hunted before and ate it clean. Cleaning is not my forte, and I detest plucking feathers. Farming family origins, would become a vegetarian. Okay. And Skeleton says, I grew up in cattle ranching family and we had beef for dinner every night, which got old for me. I'm not completely veg, but I generally avoid red meat when I can. Okay. I definitely think it's becoming more of a trend that we're consuming less meat, like as a society. At least I kind of feel like that's the case in terms of just even if it's for budgetary reasons. I feel like a lot of people are not buying as much meat as maybe like we are used to consuming, which I hope will lead to a slow in the production of meat because so much meat ends up going to waste from like supermarkets. I feel like at least when people have their own cattle ranches, or you know, you raise your own chickens or you hunt your own turkeys, you're going to use every bit of that animal, right? Or you're only going to use what it is that you need versus like commercially produced meat. So that's the biggest issue that I have with it, is just how much of it goes to waste and how many animals are slaughtered that they didn't need to be because the meat didn't get eaten anyway. I have a huge problem with that. And Zach says, I'm not a wild game person, but livestock preparation, yeah. I'm waiting for mass produced lab grown meat, but I'm not expecting anything good to happen anytime soon. I do believe that one day that is going to be a huge thing. I agree with you that we're not there yet, but at some point, you know, have no idea what it'll be like 100, 200 years from now. Tessa says, I would never hunt and clean my own meat. Heck, I can't even clean fish. That's fair. Cleaning fish is not fun, and deboning fish is also not fun. And Christine said, I couldn't kill anything. I'm squeamish. I could happily live a plant-based life. I feel like if push came to shove, if I couldn't hunt, I do think I would become probably pescatarian. I feel like I could fish and probably clean fish and eat more of like a Mediterranean diet. And Skeleton says, I've never tried to kill an animal, but I doubt I could do it even if I had good aim, and I'm far too squeamish for cleaning a carcass. All I did as a kid was help with the packing. Okay, that makes sense. Skeleton says, and I cannot deal with any kind of raw poultry. The smell and texture makes me gag. Also fair. You know what's interesting is while I'm sitting here thinking about this, I talked this big game like, well, maybe I could do it if I had to, or, like I could probably clean fish. Anytime I've ever gone fishing and like the hook has gotten stuck in the mouth of the fish in a bad way and I have to like get the pliers out to take it out, I apologize to the fish about it. Like, no joke, out loud, apologize to the fish. I probably couldn't do it. If I'm being honest, I'm not sure if I could. And Christina says, hi, Alex, just popping in for a sec before going back to bed. Fame is still ill, but wanted to show some love. I'm sorry to hear that your family's still sick, but thank you very much for coming on and giving a little like and showing some love. I appreciate it. It's always great to hear from you. And Swank said, Katrina. And she said, pause to hydrate snack. Tell us what it was because we're nosy. Check laundry. Take meds, stretch, show some love for the like button. Make sure you sub and ring that bell so you hopefully get notified. And Skeleton said, Christina, wow, I'm tired. I am also a Christina, and I'm very confused. I was also very confused there for a minute. And Christina says, never eat meat again would be fine for me. Already have to have hubby deal with the raw meats. Emily said, took an unexpected nap, so fingers crossed I now will actually get some reading done. Answer, never eat meat again. We got a lot of vegetarian. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. We're a lot of animal-loving people here, which is something I am grateful for. Jamie says, I'm cool with being vegetarian. I'd happily keep cows and chickens for milk and eggs and not eat any meat. Yeah, I will say, when I talked with Keaton about when he kept chickens, because he did have chickens when he was growing up, he was like, oh no, we never ate them. They were our pets. And we did eat the eggs, but they were his babies. And whenever any of them would die, he would give them like a little funeral. I have a good man. And Kathy says, read 3 chapters on that sprint, dishes and laundry with a quick workout during the chatty bit. Oh, good job. Very nice. You've been very productive. Faye says, oops, I didn't read again. I watched YouTube. Hey, a lost reaction is posted. I click. There you go. Alex says, well done on meeting your goal for today. I read 7 pages. Oh, thank you. And good job for reading your 7. And Alex says, Faye, love me a lost reaction. Skeleton says, started the winter people. Very interesting. Good. Hooray. And Alicia says, I got some of my pomegranate chocolate. Oh, that sounds pretty good. Talked to hubby when he got home. Very nice. Faye says, Alex, are you following Shadowcat? She's so into it. I love it. And Alicia says, I would not be able to hunt and clean my own meat after helping to raise briefly a fawn and a squirrel. Fair. And Alex says, Faye, I am not, but I shall look into her. And Jamie says, lab-grown meat will be nice. I'd love to have a lab-grown corned beef. Christina says, so 3 of us here today. Christina, or are there more out there? Christina says, hi, Christinas. And Angela says, I grew up in rural East Tennessee. My family hunted, fished, and had extremely large gardens. All our food was homegrown. Oh, I love that. That's wonderful. A dairy was adjacent to our property, yet here I am, unable to read the call of the wild. Well, I guess it's the context of it, right? You said time changes everything. That is so true. Zach says, we could have lab-grown hamburger and chicken nuggets now, but political and culture are in the way. Yeah, but here's the thing. That's going to change one day. Like, so many things that we do today, at one point in time, people would have been like, no, that would never happen, right? I really do think, give it 100 years. I mean, we won't be here at that point. At least I don't want to be here. I don't want to be that old. I would never want to be that old. Um, but I think 100 years from now, that'll be at least way more of a thing than it is today. And now that we are at the 3.5 hour mark, we'll do one 30-minute sprint and one 45-minute sprint. And this next sprint, I'm going to take a break and I'm going to work on my little project over here that I am excited to show you all my progress on. I am still working on my cardigan, just to let you all know. That's just a massive project that is taking a lot of time. So I decided to have I'm working on the cardigan and then I have a smaller project that I have going to kind of help me break it up. So I'm excited to show that to you all. So anyway, please tell me what order you would like them in for the sprint. So you can put 30-45 or 45-30. And then Alicia says, I saw a video where they 3D printed meat. I made a face and said, nope. And Christina says, hi. And Nicole says, switching to free food for millionaires. All right. And Swank says 45-30. Free Food for Millionaires is an interesting title for a book, too. And Jamie said, with diseases like bird flu that are jumping species, lab-grown meat may be cheaper and less risky rather soon. That's also possible. I do feel really horrible for the poultry and for the farmers, too, whenever they have outbreaks because of just all of them that have to be killed, because I think it might be the FDA that makes those calls. I'm not entirely sure, but the farmers will be told sometimes that they have to kill their livestock, and that is deeply upsetting. And Alex says 45-30 as well. And Alicia agreed, 45-30. So perfect. We will do another 45. Which means I get to ask you all one of my favorite questions, which is, what is something you've learned over the last week that was interesting? And that, of course, means interesting to you. It does not have to be interesting for anybody else. Just something that you were excited to learn about. And Christina says, oh man, Call of the Wild was brutal. Oh, I will avoid that at all costs. I'm very, very sensitive to reading about animal cruelty. That's actually the thing I'm probably the most sensitive to reading in truth. But anyway, got 45 minutes up on the clock. Was something you've learned over the last week that was interesting. And I will see you all in a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. You probably saw me working on my knitting project, so I will start with telling you all the thing that I learned over the last week that was interesting. And for me, my interesting thing was I learned how to use double pointed knitting needles, which look like this. And I am currently making my first ever sock. Isn't that great? I even turned my first heel. So the heel down here is all done. I've got the back part of the heel reinforced. I've got the cuff done, and I'm now working on the body of the sock. Can you believe it? It's so great. And they're nice, like tight uniform stitches. I'm very, very proud of how this is turning out. And you can't really see the color all that well, but it's got like greens and blues and like a little like light tan color. But it's been very fun to work on, a nice like little light small project that's going quite fast, which I'm happy to say. And then I'm going to go over to the comments now. And Christina said, I learned that graphic music notation is a thing. I've been a musician for 50 years and had no idea. I don't know what graphic music notation is. So if you want to explain that more, I'd be happy to hear it. And Christina says, I finally tried a recipe for bagels with Greek yogurt, flour, baking powder, and salt. I added cheddar cheese and jalapenos. They were delicious and easy to make. Oh, that sounds really good. Good for you. And Zach says, I learned the word tune, which is for good music, like put on some tunes. Okay. And Angela says, I learned that Edgar Allan Poe earned a whopping $9 for The Raven in 1849, and it was very popular. That $9 would be about $375 today. However, knowing what we know, he'd earn $2 million plus for it today. That is wild. And Faye says the plane crashes being all over the news sparked a memory, and I learned that as a kid I saw a crashed Red Arrow aerobatic plane up close. Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness. Not sure if I saw the actual crash or just had a nightmare about it after seeing the wreckage, but I could vividly picture small planes crashing overhead and seeing a wrecked plane and wasn't sure why. Oh, my. What a thing to remember, Faye, and like how you remembered that. Jamie, hello, Jamie. Jamie says, finally home and ready to read. Yay! Had a few errands to run after work, and I made the mistake of waiting until the Friday afternoon before the Super Bowl to grab a few groceries. It was a circus. No! Oh, I'm sorry. That's not fun. I actually just realized that we technically need groceries as well, but since we have friends coming tomorrow, we'll be going out to eat. So hopefully we'll be able to make it through the weekend and be all right. He said, so that's what I learned. Even if you don't like football, be sure to put the Super Bowl on your calendar. Yeah, I also don't watch the Super Bowl or pay attention to it, so I'm glad you reminded me of that. Thanks. And Christina said, yeah, we spent the afternoon at Costco. We had been planning to go to on the 14th when it's empty, as had become our Valentine's tradition, but we ran out of PBJ thingies this morning. Gotta have the PBJ stuff. I know I do. Swank says, sorry, gotta go. Thanks for sprints. Good to see you, Swank. Thanks for coming. And Caitlin says, I fell asleep, but I learned a guy invented Pilates, which I find funny because I always see men struggle in so many videos trying to do Pilates. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that either. And I do definitely think that Pilates is kind of become, not to be like sexist or stereotypical, but I feel like Pilates has become a woman's thing only because of women taking it to be like, oh yeah, hot girls do Pilates. You know what I mean? Like that's something that I've seen on social media before. And admittedly, I don't really think I've heard a lot of men be like, oh yeah, I went to Pilates. So fascinating. And Faye says, I listened to some of Mask of the Deer Woman on audiobook. All right. Mask of the Deer Woman sounds like it would be an indigenous novel. Is that written by an indigenous person? And Alex says, I ended up cleaning my floors in my bathroom. Good job. Hey, that was productive. That's a good thing to do. Nicole says, nice needles. I love turning a good heel. It's my first one. So I was so very excited to have done this. It really was kind of like magic, just watching it happen. And it made me feel really good to know that I learned another new skill. And honestly, it's so enjoyable and going so quick. I could see myself becoming a sock person, like just enjoying doing socks. So I'll be sure to show you all how it looks when it's completed. So I'll hold it up next week. So I hope as it continues to go, obviously right now it looks kind of funny because the top and stuff hasn't been connected in the round. So it'll look more like a sock soon. Christina said, "Cool, thank you, and love the yarn." Thank you. Yeah, this is from like an independent yarn dyer, so I paid like obviously it's not like super expensive, but I paid more for it than like going to the store to buy some, and it is 100% wool. So this is like a true woolen sock. And Alex says that sock is looking so good. Thanks. He said, nice work. I've never been brave enough to try socks. Well, I believe in you. I originally had attempted to learn the magic loop method and hated it. And so I think it's just the way that I had watched somebody explain how to do it. I watched two different videos and I didn't like the way either of them were presented. But for whatever reason, double pointed needles to me makes a lot of sense. And so that's the method I decided to go with. Jamie says, that's awesome. Love the yarn too. Thank you. I even got my little, I bought the like yarn spinner and everything to be able to make yarn cakes. So this came as a regular skein of yarn and I turned it into a cake. That was very fun. That was therapeutic. I could make like an, like a weird ASMR video of that. And Davon said, that looks awesome. And I love the foresty colors. Thank you. Nicole says, started with boot socks. Oh, start with boot socks, Faye. You can do them in DK or worsted. They're fast and you get the general idea. Yeah, I could definitely agree with that. And Emily said, congrats on the first sock. Thank you. Jimmy says, I got to 69% in my book and finished a round in a crochet blanket I didn't finish yet from last year. Well, good job doing some crochet. I love it. Christina said the example displayed looked sort of like a cross between a football play diagram and the New Mexican petroglyph site, but with rehearsal numbers. Okay. And Jamie says, I made it to page 47 in the Winter People. Excellent job. Zach says, watched another video, liked another book less than someone. That's the fourth book today. Darn it. I'm on a rampage. Hopefully I'll get a 5-star soon. He said, fun fact, that guy that invented WD-40 only made $5,000. Wait, made 5,000 or 7,000 for it. He invented it and sold the patent also at Capital Nuclear Arsenal from resting for several decades. Because WD stands for water displacement, it's not a lubricant. Zach, what am I think okay, there you go. You said, sorry, lots of typos there. I'm voice typing while doing stuff on another device. That's okay. So it's not a lubricant. I didn't realize that because I know a lot of people, it's always like, yeah, just put some WD-40 on it. I know I've had to do that with some things. Nicole says, turning a heel is great. It feels like following a bunch of nonsense the first time. I mean, I did think that it made sense. I just conceptually couldn't figure out why doing them would result in the heel turning. That was the part that I didn't understand. I'm like, I get the process, but like how it resulted in what it did was cool. Faye says, yes, Mask of the Deer Woman is an indigenous novel. It's supposed to be a horror thriller, but I'm not very far in yet. It's about missing, murdered indigenous women. Ah, okay. I was going to say it kind of has the same vibe as Stephen Graham Jones type novel. That's why I thought that when you said that. I'm like, it sounds like that would be an Indigenous book. So that's cool. And Angela says, I finished The Bear and the Nightingale. Great job. I just dropped the other 2 of the trilogy in my cart, if that tells you anything. That's fantastic. I'm so sorry, or so excited to hear that. Not sorry to hear that. Happy to hear that. And Nicole says, oh my gosh, yes, the yarn spinner. I would bring mine to knit night and just wind yarn. It's super, super therapeutic. Very fun. And it wasn't really that expensive to get the supplies either, which made me happy. And Angela said, those socks are going to be cool. Well, so I have to tell you all something funny. When I ordered this yarn, I discovered that this is not technically sock yarn, which I originally thought that it was. This is technically a DK weight yarn. For those of you who aren't knitters, forgive me for a second, I'll make this quick, but I bought the really small 2.25 needles to knit with. So as you can imagine, my stitches are very tight, like these turned into quite thick socks, but they still feel really good. But the problem when I ordered this was I thought I'd be able to get 2 socks out of it. I now do not feel like I probably will. And wouldn't you know it, they don't make this anymore. This particular colorway literally ran out and then it got removed from the website. So it's not even available anymore. So I told Keaton, I'm like, well, what am I supposed to do? Like, just make 1 sock? And he was like, well, just buy some other yarn and then make like a mismatched fun pair of socks. So that's probably what I'm going to have to do for my first sock pair, because of course that would happen to me. It's just been one of those weeks. It's been a wild time. And Faye says, yes, same narrator as Stephen Graham Jones' audiobook. Cool. Ooh, I listened to recently, so I keep getting confused. Writing styles are different though. Well, that's really cool. And yeah, I'm sure you could tell them apart just by the voice of the story, but very cool that they picked the same narrator. And I will go ahead and I will get our timer updated here. Everybody still liking this timer more than Pomodoro Kitty? Because I'm really liking this one. I think it's going great. But I will go ahead and get it pulled up. And I also, of course, have to give you all your last question of the night, because we're heading into our last sprint, which is, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you are proud of? And Angela said, LOL, mismatched socks are a thing. Go for it. I know that they are. My pattern-driven brain hates that because I like things that match. But I'm deciding to embrace the chaos, and I am going to make mismatched socks, and it is going to be a fun time. I mean, if I can magically get this to be 2 socks, that would be wonderful. But I looked at the yardage and I'm like, I don't think that's gonna happen. I really don't. And Teresa says, Angela, I got the first 2 of those as arcs and read them right away, but never got to the 3rd. I think I remember them well enough, so I think I will go on the 3rd soon, even though it has been a few years. Oh, that's great. That's so sweet. I'm glad that you all love those books. It's wonderful when you connect with something that you immediately want to read the next one. It makes me so happy. So I will go ahead and get the timer going for our last sprint here. We'll be ending right around the 5-hour mark, and I'm going to continue working on my sock. So I will see you all in a little bit, and happy sprinting. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. Just knitted some more. Spent my time on my sock. So have not gotten any more reading done in the last 2 sprints, but that is okay because I hit my goal for the day. Hopefully you hit whatever goal you had set for yourself as well. That is my hope for you. So I asked my final question of the evening, since that was our last sprint, and that was, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you are proud of? Let's see what you had to say. Let's see, Alicia said, I took trash to the curb, got hubby caught up on things from the week, and book journal pages. Very nice. That's wonderful. Jamie says, if you do a bunch of similar color green socks, one each, same knitting pattern, they can be a mix and match sock set. That actually would be a really good time. I like that idea. Angela said, Teresa, I really enjoy the first book. I've heard the others are even better. Christina says, I got a bingo on the 25 in 2025 board. Yay! And Faye says, I'm proud that my plans for changes in my apartment are coming together well. I have gray and pink on the walls, gray and white area rugs, and I've downsized my furniture to create more space. I like it. That's wonderful, Faye. And that's a ton of work. Trying to figure out how you want to organize a space. Oh my gosh, like plans for my office area. I don't even know how long I spent and like how many pieces of furniture and rugs and whatever I looked at to try to come up with what I wanted to do. So I imagine that was a lot of work. Christina says, that sounds lovely, Faye. Tessa said, good night. Good night to Tessa. And Rebecca says, if you have a second set of needles, you could pull from the center of the yarn cake, knit the cuff, leg, heel, and then do the foot and toes in a different color. In shoes won't show. That is very true. That is a great point. Thank you for that. And Teresa says, Angela, I read back in December of 2016 and then December of 2017. I didn't receive an ARC of third, so it was maybe 2 years later before I got it for Christmas, and then I just never got to it. Well, that's fair, because it wasn't at that point at the top of mind, right? Jamie said, this week I put together a list of books I want to read for book clubs and readathons this month and determine how many pages I have to read a day to complete them. Very nice. Faye says, Christina, thanks. Kathy said, did no reading, listed 5 items for my business. Great job. Baking acorn squash, cleaned my tea and coffee cart, and tidied up for the night. You have done a lot of cleaning tonight, and that is awesome. I'm always very happy when stuff is cleaned. And Teresa says, I remember I had a hard time with all the Russian multiple names, and I was half through the book before I realized there was a glossary thing in the back. Oh, no. Oh, I had that same issue when reading The Master and Margarita, because that was how I discovered in a lot of Russian novels that they'll like go back and forth between somebody's given name and a nickname, but Russian nicknames are not necessarily like shortened versions of their full name. Like, I don't know, Allie would be a shortened version of Allison. Like, that's not the way that it worked in Russian. And so when I was reading The Master and Margarita, I kept getting confused that it was 2 different characters when actually it was the same person. So I can understand why that would be hard. And Angela said, Teresa, I've never read a lot of fantasy, but this past year I've taken the plunge and I'm starting to see what others see in fantasy now. That's great. Yeah, fantasy is wonderful. And there's a wide variety, which is the thing that I like about it too, is, you can have like light fantasy, which is more like magical realism, and you can have high fantasy and, a bunch of things. It feels like in between, there's like a really good spectrum for fantasy. And I love that about it. And Teresa says, I still don't like a lot of fantasy. That book was just so different. I used to say it was because of my old age, but I know a lot of older folks like fantasy. I think that you like whatever you like. and you can kind of mix and match, like just because you like certain books within a genre doesn't necessarily make you a fan of the whole genre, and that's cool too. Emily said, I finished my book. Is that -5 stars for sure? Or 5 stars for sure? Hopefully it's 5 stars for sure. Thanks for the sprints, even if I did end up napping half the time. Well, that is okay because you got rest, and that getting rest is still productive. I don't know who needs to hear that. I don't listen to my own advice, but this isn't about me. This is about you. And Zach says, I haven't tried it yet, but I made up a recipe for broccoli cheese soup with nacho cheese as the base. Oh, that actually sounds really good. I hope that that's tasty. My thing that I'm proud of for the week, honestly, I don't normally say this, but just getting through this week is my thing I'm proud of. I guess if I got to be more specific, it's that a lot of like things went wrong this week in like personal and work, just a lot just did not go the way that it was supposed to. It was a really rough work week in particular, and I managed to remain calm the entire time through all of it. I didn't have any freakouts. That doesn't mean I wasn't stressed, or that I wasn't sad about like the way that certain things worked out, but I was calm. And I would say that that's something to be proud of. And Alex said, I read 12 pages. Good job. And Caitlin says, I read nothing on these sprints, but did watch some YouTube. Thanks for the sprints. You were most welcome. And I hope you enjoyed what you watched. And Zach said, that sprint, I wrote another negative review and listened to some tunes. There you go. And Jamie said, got another 12 pages read in the winter, people. Shit just got real. Uh-oh. Oh, good. I'm looking forward to that. I want shit to get real. And Teresa says, Rebecca, I'm also a Mary Stuart fan. I read all her romantic suspense. 9 Coaches, Waiting, and Thory Hold are my faves. Love it. And Angela said, Teresa, same. Kathy says, I'm proud I actually set a goal for myself and didn't make excuses and got them done. Great job. Submitted auditions, meal prepped, worked out, etc. Well done. You should be very proud of that. Christina says, yeah, I spent a lot of time this evening just kind of zoning out. And you know what? Take that time. It's your free time. And if you want to spend it zoning out or need to, that's what your brain's telling you got to do. And Alex says, sometimes just getting through the week really is the goal. I feel you. Yeah. I always try as hard as I can to remain positive and always think about like good things that happen throughout the week. This one was one that, man, it just kind of sucked. And I'm glad to say that I guess the one positive thing is the fact that those kinds of weeks don't happen often. And I am going into it with the mentality that next week is going to be better. So I guess that's really all I can do is like, okay, this week, maybe it wasn't my week. Next week, it'll be okay. And Jamie said, thanks for the sprints. Hope everyone had a great weekend or has a great weekend. I hope that you do as well. Thank you so much. And Zach says, I did clarify my typos earlier, but YouTube removed it. Dang it. You can look up the history of WD-40 if you're interested. I actually am interested, so I probably will do that. Thank you, Zach. And Teresa says, thank you for sprints, Alex, and thanks for everyone else for keeping me company while I got some kitchen stuff done. Did listen to several chapters of The Paris Daughter. Well, great job, Teresa, doing that, and very happy that we can keep you company, and thank you for coming. And Angela said, thanks for the sprints, Alex. It's always fun hanging out with you and friends. Have a good week ahead. I was exposed to the C virus on Monday, and I've been spared, it seems, my accomplishment. Well, good. I hope that you remain healthy, Angela. My goodness. And thank you so much for hanging out. It's always wonderful to see you. And I hope you have a wonderful weekend. And Christina says, have a Super Bowl, y'all. Yeah, I hope you have a superb weekend yourself. Zach says, it's not zoning out. It's just call it meditating. Oh, that's fun. I like that. Alicia says, I got the kiddos in bed, cleaned up the kitchen, and read a chapter of Bookshops and Bone Dust. Very, very nice. And you said thanks for spread, so thank you for coming. Nicole, thanks for hanging out, Nicole. Great to see you. Saying thanks for sprints. I hope you have a more fun with Don Quixote. And Alex says, thanks for sprints as always. Hope to see you all next time. Yes, absolutely. Just a reminder, I will not be here next week because it is Valentine's Day and I will be with Keaton. We're going to go get a bloomin' onion and, make poor health decisions with our food, but we'll be having a good time. And Teresa says, I just heard on the news tonight that the flu is the worst it's been in 15 years. I know a lot of people who have been getting sick. Fortunately, I too have been spared thus far. So I'm going to hope to keep it that way and for Keaton as well. So everybody stay healthy. And Alicia says, happy early Valentine's Day to you too. Thank you so much. And with that, oh, sorry. Zach says, I didn't even know it's sports ball weekend. I didn't either. I was just so focused on my friends coming to visit. So I'm glad that I get to see them tomorrow. Nicole said, happy Valentine's Day to you as well. Take care, everybody. Bye.